And we are live! I chose the wrong panel. Oops. I'm sorry, everyone. But hi. Oh my gosh. Not a good start, but we shall finish this properly. Because I am actually very excited for today. Hope you are too, Void. As soon as I talked about the Void, normally someone appears. Come on. Spawn a person for me. That's not gonna work. But I really hope I won't be alone this stream. Because this one is very important. Let's give it a few more minutes for people to come by, but I doubt it. Maybe? Like... I see a lot of users, but users aren't usually... Like, most of them aren't counted as viewers for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway... If there are any lurkers, welcome. But... I have a feeling that I'll just start up the game. That's easier. Okay. Alrighty! Time to begin. Oh my gosh, last time was such a cliffhanger. But now we shall finally figure out what happened. I don't know what to think anymore. That Athena can kill her own mother? That's not... I don't think that's obviously not what happened, but... Okay. We shall begin now. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. December 20th, 3:11 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 5. I did a little research. Oh, hi, Pearly. Thank God. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Oh, yeah, right. Those. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red psyche lock protects a secret the person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. Pretty straightforward. The black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. Really? A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of. Huh, fascinating. What does that imply for Kristoff? So even they don't know it's there? Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, both of her heart and her memories are sealed off. Even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks. How though? According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Yeah, try not to do that, Nick. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. Oh my god, I forgot! My hands are not okay today. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. I can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No! 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 You are perfect, Pearls. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. I will need it. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Okay. December 20th. District Court. Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off, and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. It's time! Court is now in session. All rise. Awesome! Look at the sky behind the judge. Look at it. It's awesome. This is such an epic battleground for the finale. If only people were there to see it. Nah. I'm not gonna say that. I won't be salty. I will be immersed in the story as it deserves. Oh, hi, Ikachu! Welcome to the stream. Hope you've been having a good travels. But be ready because we are about to start the trial. Okay. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper, official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Oh yeah, there's also a robot revolution. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Yeah, his daughter is with the hostages. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy you're here! Oh my gosh, even with the glass. Had fun travels, going to get a burger then back home. Good for you. Okay. Edgeworth. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. But what did you say? Edgeworth! Did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious, dark age of the law. Shall we finally bring it to an end? We'll be back to enjoy the stream in 10 to 20 minutes. Yeah, take your time. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system. Ah, that's why you're in on this. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. Of course you do, Edgeworth. Well, our job is now to prove them innocent. Ooh, cutscene!
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have.
I will expect nothing less.
Is a part of my creed.
And we shall prove her innocent.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready.
I am as well.
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
Yes, heck yes!
The prosecution is also ready.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Now it's time to focus. So much destruction all around us. Look at it. Luckily, I managed to avoid that courtroom. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. What does that imply, Phoenix? It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But he is also innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. Yeah, me neither. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. But who is the spy? The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. It feels just like old times. Although, I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. Hi Wingen, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Pikachu is busy at the moment, but will drop by in a few times as well, so... Also, we're I'm too excited to speak. We're facing Prosecutor Edgeworth again in court. I'm just so excited for it. Anyway, the incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in a robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Hold it. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Well, perhaps we should heed her wishes. Your Honor, she is the trial sponsor after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. Skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. He's only gotten better. I'm so proud of him. Prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyway? Who? What? Cousin? What are you? Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. Were you freaking there 7 years ago? What? What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aurora Blackwell. Oh, that makes more sense. She says she's too busy. With confining and threatening the hostages and all. Says the man with a smile on his face. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Conco. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. I love you, cuz. He is the best guy indeed. Or Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Huh. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I think... Oh, right, yeah! There were 3 here, but only 2 in the photo. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. Oh my gosh, he had short hair. How did I not notice that before? I mean, there are no hair salons in jail, so that explains it. See why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Okay, so we now have the footage. Thank you, cuz. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying? Yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. Judge, I think... Did you just indirectly say you support child experimentation? Oh no. I don't like where this is heading, not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? Yeah. Child experimentation. I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments. Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! That's not the case. Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the note. Okay. Now begins the work. Let's see. What do I need to press? Because I don't see any... okay. Someone else was at the scene of the time they say something committed. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's her theory. Then why the rolling case? I mean, you could transport the moon rock in that rolling case. This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case? Come on, Fulbright. Let's find out what silly little secrets are in your very empty hat. Okay. We shall see. He is merely reading what Aura said. Okay. The only person small enough to fit inside that case was Destina Sykes.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture. And it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock? I mean, yeah. Sheebas, what is going on with my hand today? I don't know. It's very odd. I'll just keep it like this. It makes me look smarter. Anyway.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene. The Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. But let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was inside the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see, should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? I mean... bluffing is what you do best! I will so have a penalty. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. Yeah. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Is he implying that he took the robot? Lady Luck to film me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? I believe it's the arm.
Take that!
Let's see. Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance. Per eyeball. Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Phoenix, are you implying that Aura did it? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moonrock and a robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in this case. What? You mean Paco was in the case? We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate. Says the pot to the kettle, Your Honor. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Ah, Judge. It's okay. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Okay. No. What is it again? Oh! There it is!
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought the machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. Ah. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Good move. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. What if it was in pieces, Edgeworth? The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. I've gotten there. So then the Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by... well, dismantling her, of course. Compacting. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to have a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints are made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know... that's why there was blood! That the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean...
Oh, I do. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Yeah, it proves your theory false. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. NNNGH. My head, my body. Where am I? Gag. So shocked her head flew out. Her head took a few spins around in the cosmos.
Order in the court.
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards. Alrighty. This is a good start. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gone at least one step closer. Proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Yeah, but there are powers that be that wants Athena guilty. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can finally copy Edgeworth's poses. I can see that this wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, so what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. I love how he can just predict Edgeworth.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
Both Ponko and Miss Sykes could have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Alrighty. Thanks to the defense, of course. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. Like always, Phoenix.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something. Or someone. That does not make sense. That's hardly evidence. That's speculation. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there's only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her, as part of her research. And I also showed the bloodstain to be in this exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp, indeed.
Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the scene. And that concludes the prosecution's arguments. I can't bow. I can't. Ah! And I don't think they gave us this as evidence, so I think it really is conclusive.
Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her, of course.
Objection!
Uh-huh. But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case.
But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
A robot witness?
I mean, we already had a pair for witness, like, don't be surprised.
Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Hi, Ponko!
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Oh my gosh. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions. You have questions. Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. They have no idea what this implicates.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great! I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. It's a robot, Your Honor. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. That's actually really wholesome. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? Okay, what does the robot say?
What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Okay, so Simon did kill Ponko. Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? Oh no! Hugging! No! At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be reinterpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. What? Oh, no. This is not good. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said.
Worst kind of hug indeed.
Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
May as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
Nope. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never would want to worry about wasting time. Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. Show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Alrighty. They have one interpretation. We need to make sure that we have another one. Okay, that's decent.
Hold it!
We need to focus on these statements. Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said that the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Panko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? Interesting.
Hold it!
Okay, let's see. I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. Yeah. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute, that means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Panko, how is Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Panko! Seriously! Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. You dumb... I shouldn't call the robots dumb. They're just trying their best.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry I called you dumb, Panko. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. Ugh.
After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? I must be talking about that table to the right. But wait a second. Wasn't she found on the other table? Is there something critical in Paco's statement just now? Yes. She wasn't found in that side of the room. She was found on the other side. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to a testimony. Very well. Honko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
He's really ready to adopt Panko at this point.
Well, Panko, something about that doesn't quite fit.
Objection!
Yes! There we go. Panko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy.
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? Yeah. The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However... her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved? Probably. I mean, if the defendant moved the body, I mean, she was 11 years old. She couldn't carry an adult. I think the victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Panko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Whew, I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Panko here.
Aww.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? It's also one of mine, Phoenix. I mean, look at that. It's also on my buttons and in my hair. And I do love the color blue.
If the defendant could have moved the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Oh no! Moved for her, but Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system. It would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there.
Why did you wave that finger, my Juice? Like
you're so wrong, I have to wiggle my finger.
Is that like a pseudonym for something, Ashworth?
No. Focus. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who did you just move the body? Wiggleworth. Oh my gosh. I need to stop. Oh gosh. Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
It's Panko, Edgeworth. Don't you remember names? My name is Panko. Say it with me. Panko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Well, we're screwed. Athena asked you to. And what did you move, little Panko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag. I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
The paper in the lab did mention something about that. ID tag. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. Interesting. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
Panko are breadcrumbs, Edgeworth! Panko is the robot here!
Like, are you just hungry for some katsu? Is that it? I know you're hungry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the trial just begun. You can wait until lunchtime.
My name is Panko!
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? But we do! Yes, Judge, we do. Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table.
Ah! Yep, I knew that was what he wanted to say.
Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
1 sec. She doesn't have her ID tag on it because it's on her jacket, but the jacket is over there. Doesn't have any blood on it though, I think. Give it up right. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. and the only word for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body of as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Edgeworth, please, your imagination is not evidence. Yeah, show some evidence, Edgeworth. You can't just make up fairy tales.
Order! Well, if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well.
Well, what? Can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thoughts will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear and disappear in seconds.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do.
Oh no.
You can't possibly be suggesting!
This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. Oh no! Oh no!
What? No way. I refuse to believe it!
Miss Sykes made a childless, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
Thank you, Judge. I like that you take into consideration that I'm streaming on Twitch.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands.
No, please, Edgeworth, please don't get me banned from Twitch.
The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word! Just stop! Nope.
Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime.
Oh my gosh. That can't be true! That is messed up, Edgeworth! How can you claim something like this? What the frick?
Order in the court! Order in the court, I say!
I mean, the body is still intact. That's why she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
I knew that Athena was evil all along since this stuff.
My dude, you have a horrible sense of trust. Nah.
I know you're joking, but... Horrible. Like I said, you're just as green as ever.
What kind of cases did you handle in Europe? Jeez.
I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
Dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her.
I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
What do you mean?
After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. That's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. She was 11 years old, Edgeworth! She doesn't think like this! But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. Hey now, it's not like I'll claim the exact same with a different character name if I'm wrong. I mean... you always say that, oh my gosh, this person was evil all along. You always joked about that, so I really shouldn't fall for that anymore. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. The body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecutor's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I, don't have any evidence. Since becoming a chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. The first argument seems solid enough, but... There's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something! I can't think of a single thing. Wait, who? But Prosecutor Blackwell! Oh my gosh. I have a feeling he tried to cover for Athena, didn't he? He's gonna cover for her again. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? He's going to confess again! 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please, go ahead. He's freaking confessing again. He's innocent as well. Oh, hi, Ikachu. Welcome back. Hope you, enjoy your dinner and, enjoy the show, I guess. Oh my gosh. 7 years ago. He's gonna lie through his teeth. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. Cathartic, huh? What little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling, in other words.
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. But which would be? She fell means she fell. Merely that. He's so BSing his way through all of this. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Yeah, Edgeworth is not gonna take that. Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Honko moves a heavy robot for Athena. He is such... This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close today?
Objection!
It's not with declaring Athena guilty. You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go, so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. He's so determined to die. He's hiding something big.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget, I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you selfish!
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
No, stop! Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like that 7 years ago? Nope,
You're not letting you.
I wanted to do it so bad, even now. I want to fly out of here and go save him.
Oh my gosh, we need a therapy session!
How can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me.
Athena needs to come by. Quickly. I can't let this happen.
I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
We need a therapy session. That's the only way we can get him to break. He doesn't have psyche locks. He must be hiding something. Yes, yes, yes! Yes! Athena! 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 Yes! Okay! Athena! What are you... Are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something!
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Oh, he will not stand for that. Sykes, Dodo. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
Nope.
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know?
What are you talking about?
Do you remember? That horrible trial.
Oh, it was about him all along.
Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it goes back to haunt me.
Ah, yes. Oh.
Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years. And to face the truth.
Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
Here we go! The most important session yet! Let's go! That's probably the last one.
Go! Go, go, go!
Okay. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Doctors. I mean, yeah, Matt, of course. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I mean... Why weren't you shocked or sad? Why are you happy? Is this it?
Got it!
I think so. Yes. This feeling of happiness.
Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Wow, that was a lot of noise! Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Sure! Yeah.
The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him, then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss.
Okay. Nothing about this is odd. Aw, that's cute! I was relieved. Okay. Weirdly happy about that. And then when she did, I plunged the katana in.
I mean, if you were so happy that you... Why were you sad?
Like, you said it was cathartic before. This doesn't look cathartic, my guy.
Yeah,
that's weird. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
He can't be talking about that, can he?
The headphones.
That was just a convenient subject for her research.
Oh no. Oh god. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. Oh my gosh.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Mr. Wright?
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm not stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased.
What? Oh no! He lied through his teeth! It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this last clause and let me free. And let the law free me of this change already.
Objection!
Nuh-uh.
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? I mean, I don't see any evidence for it. It's emotions. In 3 days, it will be a year since I found you, Mia? Oh my gosh, really? Oh my gosh, it's already been so long. What was I streaming last year? Probably Ace Attorney, but June? I don't actually remember. Well, I did stream the original Ace Attorney like around a year ago, but that was in May, I believe. So, I don't know what I was doing this June. Anyway, we must... I think it's emotions, because I don't have any evidence. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. Happy me-anniversary. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Alrighty. I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. Yeah, that checks out. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Why are you so shocked? But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. That checks out. Why is the shock so high?
Got it!
There we go. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Indeed. Sorry, I was thirsty. Alright, fine. I'll explain, if I must. What surprised me was... Honko. That toy figure attacked me. What? Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes sent Honko to it. That's right, she ordered Honko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Honko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again! There's even more noise now! What? Blackwell, what the frick? It's at 100% now? What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp as strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first? Testimony. There must be something up with this. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. Yeah, I can switch. Easily. Feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door and then... Wait a second. Ooh. There was blood on the arm, there was blood on the katana. That doesn't make sense. Percent, right?
Objection!
There we go. Easy. The thing that I remember for that stream is cooking and sweets. Oh my god, it's the Freezeria streams! Oh my god. Oh my god. 1 year ago I played Freezeria. Oh, right. And I had to play it twice because of the stream. It's how the Papa Louie curse was born. Anyway. Oh, God. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damn me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Panko's arm, where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming that it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No. No, most likely the blood was transferred here from the bloody katana. There. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Oh, he does not like that. You said in your testimony that you cut up Panko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Panko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Panko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies! Ah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now! You have no idea what you're doing! His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool of something. Oh god. Phoenix Wright. You will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. We have to. We have to reveal it. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. All of them? Oh my god! Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. That terrible scene. What? Oh no! No! Oh no! What did Athena do? Please! Please! Please don't let Ashworth's prediction be true. Please! I can't. I'm so sorry, Athena. Oh god, I am scared. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Yeah, look at him. He's sweating bullets. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Donna? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. I'm scared. Curse you, Phoenix Wright! I'm scared. Please. I'm scared. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes, and she sweetly said, Oh my god!
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
Holy I can't! What? That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
The contrast of just having Yikachu like a very wholesome message and then this disturbing stuff and then...
I am so sorry. I
can't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Right on time, yeah. Oh my gosh, the timing couldn't be worse. I still appreciate it though. Thank you very much that you came by so regularly. I do it for you guys. I love it when you come by. Like a bomb went off. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. Oh god, no. 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 Oh no. Oh my god. Oh no, this is not good at all. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, right? The truth isn't always pretty. Murder. Disassembly on an operating table. A scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Seiss could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because she could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to have been some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Hanko was a witness, so I put it in the case. So I held Athena close and vacated the lab.
It's just as Edward said, dang it!
I threw Paco away in the boarding lounge trash chute. And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet! It can't end like this! Edward, stop it!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. This case is absolute hell. I freaking agree. This is the worst. This is absolutely the worst. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that disagree with you? Ugh, my gosh. You know full well that I search the truth as much as you do. But... I'm not. But this is... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything. Even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is... prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Athena?
It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
This is not... I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Vtuber said. You have to face it, no matter how much it hurts.
There's something else.
I admit my guilt.
No! No, 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 no!
This is not... But could I please be granted just one more chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well, then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
I have missed 89% of the case, sadly. I mean...
You could always just rewatch the VOD.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena!
Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the Dark Age of the Law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion. This will not be the end of the Dark Age of the Law like this.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing him deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
Yeah, We refuse. One last chance. I do, Your Honor. But Mr. Wright...
But, Mr. Wright! Why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument is now pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart,
There's so many sus statements.
Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Right! The psyche locks! They have to be broken! There's something! There's something there! We have to know what!
I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off. Even from herself.
Even from herself. She doesn't remember! There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that can prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? Yes.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I could just tell.
If there is a problem with her confession, please prove it to the court now.
What is the problem?
Victim's blood was only found on the blade. Oh my god! There was no blood on the handle!
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
Yes! I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers! That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right.
Oh my!
Ha 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 ha!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentions it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore.
In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means?
Gladly. Give me a sec to think of something. I have? Did she use the knife? I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think.
What could be the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The defendant used a different weapon. It's the utility knife. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless.
So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
What are you up to this time?
This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. Oh, hi, Opal Phoenix.
You missed some messed up stuff.
I am very glad you didn't get to witness that. Oh my gosh. Hi, Opal. We're suffering.
But I'm trying to get us out of it. It will be fine. It will be fine, guys. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure.
So if I could show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
Sorry I missed it. No worries. Dude, the action is entertaining enough. You can just replay the VOD. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Utility knife. Utility knife! Of course, he would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
How does he do that? How does he read my mind?
It's obviously because he's in love with you, Phoenix.
I need to stop. How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now.
That's right, I did.
Because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say?
Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something.
Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day?
Maybe there is something in one of the crime scene photos.
The utility knife from the box.
Wait a minute, there is something.
There's a high probability that that was in the lab.
I don't have the particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it.
Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. Utility knife.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well.
Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And the robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
What do you have to say now?
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. I was in the investigation report. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Let me guess. Was it updated?
Objection!
Oh, of course I knew that. Once you told me just now.
And there's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents.
Ah!
You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
That's one missing, guys!
Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? Therefore, there was another bladed weapon in the room. Poor Edgy's objection is so weak in this game. I mean, yeah. It's not as strong as in the original trilogy. I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense.
Wow, burn! I'll have you know our office is chaotically aesthetic. It is on purpose that it's so messy.
Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do. But what significance does that have? It's clear that the one of the tools is missing for this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. If that is a theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helps you come up with.
Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Show the court then if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Gaiaxa.
This one is more straightforward.
Take that!
Gaiaxa.
And what design is this supposed to represent?
The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's all... To be honest... I really should represent the space pamphlet. Why? I mean... That one was so overcolored, maybe. I'm surprised they put both in. The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's all on the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaiaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gaiaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entryway. I really think the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that a new name for the Federal Space R&D program?
I think I see it now. But...
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo. There's one missing. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, the logo is complete. It will complete the Gaiaxa logo.
So it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ugh. Finally, he's shaking in his boots. But what does this mean?
Order in the court.
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. What do you have to say to that?
Very well. I suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything?
Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon?
An 11-year-old wouldn't think of that, Edgeworth!
What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous! Why are you changing the premise of your entire argument?
I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation, derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to leak the court.
You're the one attempting to leak the court, Mr. Wright. By forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Did I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands.
Wait a second. No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I know what's happened. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Oh my gosh. Oh no, don't despair, Phoenix! I know what happened! I can help you through this. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. No. I know for certain there's another move we can make. Is giving up really the only option? No. Listen to me. No! No, Phoenix, no! No, snap out of it, Phoenix! What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. Thank you! You listen to my voice then. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end! A defense lawyer never gives up on his clients. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix! If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly! Let's go! Favorite part time! Woo! Okay. I could see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Panko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. There was someone else at the scene! The third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to... Sorry, I'm too hyped. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Panko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Panko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Panko's facial recognition by... covering... their own face. Right! Because Panko did know that Dr. Sykes was at the scene, so their own face. The person hit their face. Nice. But wait a minute, Panko had a heartbeat detection too. Systems too. Even if they covered their own face, Panko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Oh! She used the jacket of They used the jacket of Meta Sykes. The person posed as a victim. If the culprit posed as a victim, that would explain why Panko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Panko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. Because that's where the ID was. The victim's jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves to her heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Panko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? Yes! I knew it! They stabbed the real culprit! Athena stabbed the real culprit! Yes! That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her. And then pretended to be her. The real culprit! Amazing. Now we have to do this. We have to do this. Be prepared, people! Well, Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking. Let us bring this to a swift end. Nope. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby... Stop! I didn't say I was finished! I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. Ponko saw me! She witnessed the moment of the crime! Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that post all the time, regardless of the facts. Cloudco's trace malfunction. Mr. Terran. Oh my god, that is true. Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by the jacket ID tag. Oh, because Cloudco couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have had to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? It's just like the way we thought. If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. Not if the person was already dead. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart has already stopped beating. What? So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. That's... I'm... Impossible! It isn't! Confirm it for us, Athena. Confirm it! A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes! I remember... Ah! Athena! What is it? Oh my god! Is this it? Come on! I remember a man with a mask! How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head! Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! Come on! Yes! 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 Come on! The black psyche locks! They're breaking! Come on! Go for it! Come on! Go, go, go! And... Ah! Oh my gosh! They're free! It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Oh my gosh. We did it. We actually broke black psyche locks. They're gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor! Go on, Athena. Okay, amazing. Nice support there, Phoenix.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I knew this was something! Oh my gosh. And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out.
The murder weapon used on Terran, Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago.
When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Blanco to move her to the operating table.
And that's how the horrible sight was created.
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
This is absolutely horrible. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
They were covering their face. No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Oh my god. Oh god. Ah, the mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. How cruelly ironic. A phantom.
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. But that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
Oh, right, you. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackwell,
this is not good. A new suspect. Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
Ugh, she's right. We don't have any evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection! Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Athena, I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Honko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise...
Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Okay. Something.
2 p.m. 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 2
7-year-old photos. Video showed the corridor of the crime scene. Black was the only one to pass through the crime video. Wait a second. If the murder happened at 2 p.m., this wasn't 2 p.m., right? This is a stretch, but can we rewind this tape? I don't know. Like, it doesn't show the time either. I will take. I have health. I can take this risk.
Take that!
Please. Oh my god, I was right. I can. Oh my gosh, this wasn't taken at 2 p.m. This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. Oh my god, that was a bluff. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? Let's rewind the tape, shall we? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. What? What is this stupid investigation team? Who doesn't check the whole tape? Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. Come on. Give it to me. There! Please stop it right there. Oh my god! Oh my gosh. This is so dumb! Who didn't think of rewinding this tape? No worries, Wing, thank you for coming by. It's just like you said, there is a man leaving at the scene of the... This is so dumb! Why didn't anyone check the whole tape? Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him! I'm sure of it! He's wearing my mother's jacket! Yeah, I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Oh my god, this is... Why did they rewrite the tape? Can you see it? That's the slash I made with a utility knife that day. And also the hands. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly, it proves that Mr. Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself in Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Panko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Panko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Panko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that is just not possible. You are always such a party pooper, Edgeworth. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the video. Also the bloody hands. Like... And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the seam confirms beyond doubt that they belong to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. My theory, Edgeworth is right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did he get back to the lab? Could the killer have brought it back? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So they didn't bother to rewind the tape. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. It's not that simple, except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell, and the people who reported the body. Did he report the body? When they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, well, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Was he with the group that discovered the body? A puzzling question, indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body! I would never have thought of that! Ha 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 ha! Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of these people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? You should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. That is genius, Edgeworth! Prosecutor Edgeworth? Does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Oh, no. You can't take this one from us. We beat you fair and square. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean Can't believe it. It's over. I won! I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
We still need to figure out who this was. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say. I see no need to further prolong. No, it's the robot. Not you either, Your Honor. Now, silence. Have we proved our argument enough for you?
The little princess, who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Oh, her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there is something I wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is.
You do?
Right, Donna. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right! The Phantom! The person Blackwell has been looking for! Even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the HAT-1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes! Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Taka, you hero!
I've worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Phantom Psych profile. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Does that mean he's a psychopath or a sociopath? I think psychopath. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Interesting. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions. Not sadness, nor anger. And naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom, indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation.
We will!
This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts to bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
We won! You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand?
Blackwell's not guilty!
As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned.
You're a free man, Blackwell. How does it feel?
And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
What? Who was that?
You? Who?
What? Apollo? Why? What? Apollo?
What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth.
The Edgelord returns. I knew he would turn. Why does everyone instantly... Everyone immediately said like, oh, I know Apollo was evil all along.
You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell.
You mean you knew all along?
However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet.
Oh no! He still thinks Athena murdered Clay! Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us?
It's because of Clay. He still thinks Athena murdered Clay. Oh no!
This is not good. Well.
This is a moment where I shall disappear for 3 seconds because of reasons. Okay. 1, 2, 3, I disappear. And as a phantom, I shall appear once more. Disappear like a phantom. Da-da-da! Okay, cross-examining Apollo. Nice chapter title. Let's go. This is the first time we're cross-examining an actual lawyer of us, right? Yeah. December 20th, District Court, courtroom number 4. Oh wait, we cross-examined Phoenix at one time. Never mind. Apollo. Oh no. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Mrs. Tina Sykes, might not be innocent. Ugh. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past year. I'm talking about the present case. December 20th. Hope this case gets solved before Christmas. I think this case will be solved today if Apollo will actually back off. Still not clear who killed Clay Terran. I freaking knew it. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me, too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Hee hee. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mrs. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you, Edgeworth! I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1, when the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Okay, thanks for the catch-up. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. Okay. Okay, so we now have all the other stuff. Why is this still relevant? Okay. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. We must break Apollo out of this funk. Apollo Justice's accusation. No reason at all. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicion were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. My own protege betraying me like this. Now I'm being dramatic. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But, Apollo, why? How could
you suspect me too?
Smack some sense into Apollo indeed. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this?
Yeah, I need to press everything I can. I need to... Also, just because I like to bother Apollo with all the statements.
Hold it!
Why? What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. Oh no! Was that because... That was probably because she used that knife herself! She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me... Oh no! It was because of 7 years ago! She didn't even know anymore! And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during the investigation. Oh my god, he would have gone insane! I didn't know what to do, or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be of any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. Okay, that makes sense. Oh no, it was as early as the beginning of the... Oh no. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
He will say otherwise, but that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. My dude, does your bracelet still react now? Ugh, I guess he has a point. Let Athena say the words once again. Let it... But my bracelet was the only reason I became suspicious of her. The lighter. That's the kicker, isn't it?
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with the fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. Oh, he's talking about Kristoff. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo?
Oh no.
Hold it!
This is not... Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route while Athena was unconscious? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. Oh, dang it! It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Would you show us the footage, Apollo? I think they said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. And then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. Oh, okay, so it makes sense if she was recorded on the camera. Okay, that's logical, but... Apollo, rewind the tape again? Rewind the freaking tape! That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute! In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
No, it cut off. That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. Huh. What? Why? This is tricky. Order in the court. That can't be, but if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the culprit escaped was via the space museum after the paths had been switched. The fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your clients high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. Thanks, Edge. Ugh. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes. Okay.
Hold it!
There must be other evidence. Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of a good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? No, he put that faith in Starbuck, not Athena. You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. No, Apollo, don't freaking say that! However, I don't care. This case is special to me. It's Clay. Oh no. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Why do I have deja vu with Christoph Gavin on the stand? This is freaking... I just saw... Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments. Oh my god, I just had legitimate deja vu. Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Is that what I think? Was there an alternative escape route? I mean, of course. Like, if I say no way, Athena will be guilty. Yes, of course it must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can. Clear up this doubt inside me. He really... Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her. So that you can really trust me? It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials is really all about. I believe you're right. He really is a lawyer. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely, and when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Don't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. He really is a true lawyer. He got the message faster than Phoenix. It's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good! Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really ain't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Control room was locked. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? I mean, the Space Museum corridor, right?
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All he had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prince to get through the door.
Objection!
Yeah, but it appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. No. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into the boarding lounge too. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. Ugh. Oh no, I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge too. Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. How did the killer get out of the museum? I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with, well, no other conclusion to draw, but that Destinies Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if? He jumped while they made the move. Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? The door was open while the pods moved. What if there is a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprits. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2? Outside? In this area? Maybe? Like, I don't know if this is correct. Like, outside?
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating it. He just freaking jumped out of the Space Museum while it was moving? Wasn't it 3 floors up? He would have died. We found something odd while investigating museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Concerning where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean he jumped while the freaking... Yep, while the Space Museum is in motion, just beyond the corridor safety door. He freaking opened the door and jumped. Was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center! You're freaking insane!
Objection!
He jumped 3 floors to his death. Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor level is with the 3rd floor. That's what I said. Even if the culprit tried to leap out to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of his... No freaking way! And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. He jumped... he jumped, like, from a moving building
to an emergency ladder like 5 feet from him. What the frick?
Take that!
An emergency ladder? What the frick? There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape to the ground level. Spider-Man indeed. This is just impossible. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined?
Order! Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged.
Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again. Are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then. Name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. Okay, the murderer is actually Spider-Man. What? 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Ugh. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct.
Did you realize what you just said?
An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
There is one person. But the culprit has just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped the boarding lounge too.
Objection!
No, because the security camera was there. Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge too. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was open. That's a good point. But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that?
Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth!
This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
Why, you always have to point out every flaw? Because he's Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear at some level, right?
Dude, you know! Wait a minute. There is someone.
Aha, I've got it this time! I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape.
It's so obvious!
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? Something you haven't seen yet. This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? What do you have to say? Right! You can't be serious! Without the constraints of fear. He could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject can make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. Holy crap. This man. Sorry. He could choose his extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternate route would be quicker than eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom. Again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What? What? They finished each other's sentence. Oh my gosh, finally, we have him on the ropes. Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. There was just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It could only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could it be? It's a man. It's a man. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As for tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads, the bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unstable. It's the judge? No! That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right! But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean... the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. No. No! Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! No! You've gotta be kidding me! Oh my god! Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... Cousin? I can't! What? No. Was he the evil twin all along? I can't think. What? How? Was this all a lie? I can't. Oh my god. It can't be anyone else. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was a weird thing. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. Liam lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. It can't be freaking true. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
Cousin, why?
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly, we were all taken in by his fake persona.
Especially me!
Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom! I can't! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any of the ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. I can't. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving, slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. I don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's injustice we trust.
Then is concern for Simon also all just one big act?
I can't believe it. How was I so fooled? Oh my god. I've been lied to. I've been betrayed. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. That scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell did I fall for all of that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Ugh. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
Oh my god, I need a break.
We were all fooled. Absolute lies already, sus.
My hand is shaking. I need to... Luckily, I have some sweets with me, so just, like... Can I just take a second? I can't freaking believe it. Oh my god. He was my cousin! How? I need some ice cream, but don't have some. I'm lucky that I have some macaroons. If I ate ice cream on stream, it would have melted already.
Maybe if I had like a mini freezer, but those are very expensive. What flavor though? I like caramel ice cream and banana. The strawberry I like too. I like a lot of fruit flavors, but the caramel, I like caramel because it has nice contrast with like the salty. The salt in the caramel is a very nice contrast, and which makes the ice cream sweeter. Oh. I have some coconut cookies with caramel and peanut and milk coating that I ordered from Poland, so I will try them. Ooh, nice. I have some macaroons with me. I thought I was stealing them at first, but then I saw like a T on the label and I thought, oh, okay, it's for me. Like, TuMiiA is my full name. Like, Mia is just a nickname after all. But yeah. Man, I really needed this. My goodness gracious. How freaking... This case is freaking insane. First, Apollo was acting weird. Then Athena was the suspect of the case. Then we got the whole trauma from 7 years ago. We witnessed that horrible image. We managed to clear Athena and Black Wolf's suspicion. Then Apollo suddenly busted in, claiming, oh, no. You claim you still didn't prove that Athena didn't murder Clay. And then we managed to find an alternative escape route, which leads to my cousin being the freaking international spy with no emotions. Like, how was I so fooled? I need to adjust that tweet as well. Or like maybe delete it. Nah, I need to like retweet it. That's a better move, I think. I just... Oh my gosh. Oh well. Okay. Okay. Is my hand still shaking? They are clear for the moment. So, hope you're all stocked up with snacks. We are, I believe it is time to bring cousin to jail, shall we? Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Oh, Apollo, he feels so bad. Apollo. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you... punch me, please? Nobody deserves to be punched here, Apollo. But what? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust— Ouch! Don't be such a dupe! I was really touched by what you did! Huh? Now, what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. What is faith without doubt? He did what every good lawyer would have done. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of.
After all that, how can I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. But a slap and a punch is different.
Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up to reality again.
Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court.
Looks like you have some promising young people working under you.
Ah!
Edgeworth.
Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself.
And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Or Blackwell has surrendered, and the hostages have been set free.
Yes! Juicy is free!
Juicy and all the others! Oh, thank goodness! Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is.
Oh, hi.
Miss Blackwell? I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura.
She'd better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true that the courts are filled with incompetent idiots, but still. I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, you hunk of junk.
Ouch.
It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Menace's killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him.
So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least.
Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'll probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. Oh! I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. Aww. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother.
Still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. Me neither. Trust me, me neither. I can't believe he killed Clay!
Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? Oh my god, that is badass! I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. You are still... Ugh, sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity, and uncover the truth by your own hands. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? He's finally free! How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher. The light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. Heck yes! Let's go! I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet! After all, we still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? Come join us, dang it! You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. That's not much of a reassurance, Phoenix! Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it. You're my only option, really, Apollo.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
He's fine! Oh my gosh! He can finally face the truth again. With confidence. He's ready. And I am as well. Let's do this. Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. What? Come on! It was just a face, Mom. No, it was just a face, Dad. But seriously, you're not even watching the end? Then why? I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago. The facial data registered by the robot. And Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Ed, for things. Was hoping for him to have a scar over his eye or something. No, that wasn't the edgy part. I expect to be repaid for the victory, right? No, if you'll excuse me. I will, the love of my life. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. All three of us, let's go. This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today! Oh, that reminds me, do you plan to stream the Investigations Duality Remaster? Of course! But I will talk about my thoughts about the duology after I like... Yeah, of course I'm gonna stream it. The problem is when, but I'll talk about that after I'm done with this game. Oh my god, let's go! Where is the man? I want to shake him for all his worth. Like, ah! How dare you betray me? Let us know. Reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it? Wow, you've been a shite mentor, Phoenix. Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. You still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. You! Ha 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 ha! Bobby Fulbright here! I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yup, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore! Your justice is nothing but lies! What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. I will never reenact your poses ever again, you snake. I will freaking the embodiment of justice. Ha, ha, ha. Ha 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 ha! I am the very embodiment of justice itself! I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments! This is a bit about the escape route is only a theory! You don't have any proof! What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit! This letter with the prints on it! I can see the flames in your eyes, Mia! I am! I thought this man was my cousin! He is nothing but a traitor! So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false, and that the defendant is the real culprit? That's right! Mr. Laurie's escape route is totally circumstantial. He does not have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out the dictionary on you! Ah! Please don't throw the book at me! Ugh. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes! Wake up and smell the justice!
Silence!
Oh my god, it's so much for satisfying that his handcuffs are off. Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the quiz questions and prove it! Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Ha 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 ha! Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Bring it on! Okay. I will not even entertain this. I will press everything else.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. What? Is Fulbright against vegans? But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood.
Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial.
If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Donna? Especially about that lighter.
He's right, but what exactly should I ask about?
The number of prints.
So how many prints were found exactly?
3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand.
Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it?
Add it to my testimony, you got it.
Oh my gosh.
He beats me to it. Ha 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 ha! Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key.
Okay. Why is this important? 3 prints were on the lighter, the thumb, the index, and the middle fingers of a right hand.
Or a statement.
The perp held the lighter with an earth emblem in their left hand. Gotcha!
Objection!
You say the prints were from a right hand. Is that correct?
That's right. Very clear prints.
But that just doesn't add up.
Huh? What doesn't add up?
According to Miss Blackwell,
who saw the culprit herself.
Yeah. This person held the lighter in their left hand.
Oh?
So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from my right hand and still be left?
Yeah. You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Your Honor, the lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statements? I've got it! What have you got, detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror! Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding house number 1, wasn't she?
I believe so. If you mean a little window in the back to the right of the room.
That's right! Across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror.
I do remember seeing it. But that doesn't make any sense. Ah, so you're saying that doesn't make sense. If that was true, she would have seen 2. She would have seen the reflection with the light.
Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror.
Illogical.
Ah, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Ha ha ha! Now you see? That's the logic of pure justice!
Objection!
That's BS.
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof of what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, well, you'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put more muscle into it. Huh?
Ha 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 ha! That's right! Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand.
And why not?
Miss Blackwell says she saw the earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter.
You're right, there's no emblem on the other side.
Exactly, as blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit has held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem.
Uh-oh.
What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So the culprit had held it in their left hand, with the emblem out and visible. They would have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand.
No! Come back! My beautiful contradiction!
It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit. Ha 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 ha! See how it withers before my flower of justice!
He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. He's more competent than he seems.
In justice, we trust. Now, do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet that's just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad. So very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Uh-uh. What have you got? Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of this lighter? Oh! Gotcha! I knew it. You're lying, detective. He finally sees it. Pardon me? You mean... Yes! My bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think... if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice, don't want you to use that cheat of yours again. It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand. Something about the Earth emblem. Okay. So let's... He has the best poker face. Okay. Gotcha, B!
Gotcha!
Gotcha! Oh my gosh. That was easy! That was easier than Juniper! Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but... whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. But, Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
We have the right to examine evidence, you oaf. Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? But what? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell! I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Let's check every inch of this thing. Okay. Ugh, the back is covered with blood. Say, do you notice anything funny about this blood stain? You're right, it only breaks off naturally. Supposedly the lighter was held with the right hand so that the emblem was visible. If so, the print should be around the emblem and on the lid where you open it. You're right, there's definitely something off here. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this! The emblem's actually on some kind of button. A freaking gun! Wow, it transforms into something. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. One suitable for a 10 caliber bullet. A what? A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. This bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small. Maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. Looks like this is a gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun. So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, That's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. Does James Bond have like a concealed weapon like this? In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to trick it out.
Objection!
No. Whenever you mention the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. Ugh. It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client's innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertion coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendants Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Haha, now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But... Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as a prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Screw you! Says the man who wears sunglasses at night! If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours.
Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are basis of accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did I do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. He was the one who brought the lighter to court. Oh! Oh! He was absolutely able to forge evidence. Holy crap! Oh my gosh. You mother... Ugh. If we assume he'd been laying a big trap for us all along, there's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? Well, the owner of the prints, right? Are they really Athena's fingerprint? Oh my god, he freaking lied! They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints matched the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? Guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? Yes, there's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Antics? How dare you?
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then. Bailiff. it appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendants. Yeah! Yes! The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terry.
Really?
Lighter that can transform into a handgun and has Clay Terran's fingerprints on it. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? Oh my god, he did! He removed the glove! Oh my god! When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off his hands. Ugh. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. How to put the blame on Miss Sykes? Ah! We got him now! This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Ah! Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Ah! Alright, I'll talk! I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
You're lying, B. It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. Oh my gosh. An undercover investigator. That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right, I was working to track down the Phantom. But sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What? I love the lies that come without this, but
Objection!
Huh? You're telling us this now? Well, what if you say it's true then? Who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency letter lowered for him.
Objection!
That's not true. I don't believe you. Then how do you explain that fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone didn't want the launch to happen, must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have of him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom. Oh god! Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. What is with that facial expression? You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? What is with that facial expression? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious that he's the Phantom.
Silence.
He spent a year with him. Evidence is everything, right, Donald? And you must admit, there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent, rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackwell? This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me. He actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me! Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even though it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy. And don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes! Thank you! Oh, thank you! Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Ha 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 ha! Very good! I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is a Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that... I'm off. No. Come back here, you scumbag! Who was it? Yes! The defense? No, wait, not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Aw, that's so cute! Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I've yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. Oh, the mood matrix will reveal all! The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it! With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Go! Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him?
Ha 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 ha! Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me!
Silence!
Oh, how you amuse me so.
What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
Oh my gosh! This is amazing!
Huh?
Mine's filling me in here. Hehe, guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You were working together just now.
With one glance! Amazing! Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it! Time to check the instant replay! Which is mon ami! Let's do it! Let's go!
Still funny to see Blackwell tap his head without the jiggling of his face. I mean, it's a habit that he acquired in jail. Let's catch him. Thank you for believing in me, prosecutor. Holy crap! Not a single piece of emotion. This is disturbing. Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all?
It's just like I thought, and right in the line with the Phantom's site profile.
Oh, he's getting serious.
Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom.
What is he doing? What the frick?
What the Hey, what's going on?
Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, detective? Me? I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack into the Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
Taka, go! 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 Ah! Fancy device you have there. But I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. You... Ha ha ha, sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Ha 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 ha! Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings! As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading?
What? Ah, but he's literally crying as a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Gah!
Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden?
What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear a friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Almost.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's a result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know. More like for us spies.
Seriously.
But I wonder why he only showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, detective. Haha, I have a feeling I'm trying to hide. That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
So you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No. Analyze away. But I will state it again. I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Bring it on! What? What? What the frick is happening? What is happening? What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be defenses against your ability. So, you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of? I hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something. And that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human, his true feelings. An emotion he can't completely conceal. He must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. But how? What? A real emotion. Okay, real emotion. These are all just turning on and off at command. Oh god, the headache I get from this noise. Shebas! I can't see! There must be one... There must be a consistent one in there. It's not any of these. No. This one is out of rhythm. It's this one, I think. This one is consistent.
Got it.
Yes! I found it! I found the one emotion you're truly feeling! What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh? And what's the response to that moon rock? Huh. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because you lost it, you failed to steal it. Your identity will be revealed. Why? Of course! That's it! Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. Ah. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporates and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. Ah. But why is the moon rock connected to this? There are assassins. The moment his identity is revealed, he will be killed. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he will be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the moon rock that will reveal his identity? Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that will reveal his true identity. Don't you dare! Whoa! He's trying to escape! Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? The Phantom is actually a moon alien. That would be a fun twist. Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? Injustice! We trust! Not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. Ah!
And what was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Ah! Oh my god, slice him down, Blackwell.
It is all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis served no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway?
Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof. But I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits.
Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery.
What the frick is he on about? What the frick is happening? All I hear is distrust?
As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine.
But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people.
Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself.
Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses, and it has been a key in getting to the truth.
Haha, what nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
Your Honor!
There, you see? Nobody believes you, and your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest.
So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes.
Heck yes! Best move from the judge this game. Good job.
I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
Then that's a win for me. Now, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine! I'll show you what's precisely why those abstract things can be considered evidence. Hehehe, ho ho ho, ha ha ha.
Laughing maniacally does not make your case, Phantom. Oh gosh, I refuse to call him cousin anymore. He is freaking evil. My fear of the moon rock. Is he gonna claim that it looks strange and that's why it scares him?
I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence.
Don't you freaking dare. Yeah, no, not on him! Screw you!
The Phantom is like a mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono?
But together we can.
With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us. Let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell. We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed. By covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. I mean, it wasn't exactly your fault, it was Gavin's fault. First off, Gavin, the two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the dark age of the law. Then it is... Oops. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul spectre we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the courts and the fate of the people. Trust, understanding. Ha! Fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
You say things like that, and you don't. Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies, always. Okay, bring it on. Okay, my fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. That is BS. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. Okay, it has to be this. But Athena used launched into space, only returned to Earth. No. Wait a second. If he was stabbed and was trying to steal the moon rock, there was blood on his hands. This is far-fetched, I know, but let me think. Let me cook. What I was trying to say, Athena stabbed the Phantom, right? There was blood on his hands. If he had the moon rock in his hand as well, or if the moon rock was close by, then there would have been Phantom blood on the moon rock. This is far-fetched. But this is the only one I can actually link to anything. So, this?
Objection!
Yes! Okay. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is? Oh, of course. That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran. That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hands. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hands. If he had the moon rock in his hands, he would have bled on it. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit's bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean if we run the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Ha. Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can. Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. Ah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Ah! Get him! Go on, Michael. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen? Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hit the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that despite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming in or going. You couldn't even smuggle a widow leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found. How could I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can. Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry. I mean, what? It's so freaking obvious he's not even trying anymore. In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? Well, 3 people came in. One of them has a shock-resistant bag containing this.
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? Yes! The one that went up with the Hat-Run rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. That's what happened. Preposterous! It was mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. He said he launched it into space. It was out there in the depths of space. For this Hope space probe. What? Oh my gosh, he launched it into space. Order in the court. I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat One anyway. The villain. He used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be burnt into cosmic space dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later. With the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along. Detective Fulbright. Go! Break out! So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have just been to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went into the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. Probably hung on to that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. That's not the laughing face, sir. Oh Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do.
Well, it's totally out of whack now. It's all game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now?
There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blow on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
In that case, you can say anything is a trap. That is not a laughing face, sir.
That's what makes a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame from the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence!
You can't escape now.
Further investigation. More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now!
Yes, go at him.
I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell!
Go ahead. Hey, you guys are really... What's happening? What? Edgeworth?
This looks like I made it just in time.
Oh my gosh. Edgeworth, we were about to see the fight of the century here. Shebas. You're such a party pooper.
Edgeworth, I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts.
Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity?
You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright.
But one of them was an officer.
That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding.
Okay.
Let the suspense build for a bit. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell. You'd best brace yourselves.
Okay, thanks for the warning, Edgeworth. I will brace myself.
Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead.
What? Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprint.
Cousin was real? The Phantom killed my cousin? Oh my god! Then does this mean?
Yes, the man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright.
An imposter?!
He was among us. Then this man, who in the world is he?
He is the Phantom! You killed my cousin!
Enough of your trick. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you.
Go! Go! What the? No!
His face! Ah, look what you did to my mask.
What?
Mask? What is the meaning of this witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now.
What the actual frick? What the frick? Wait, but that... What is happening?
Hey, Apollo. Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck.
Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right! You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence!
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection! What is happening? Not so fast. I have the Phantom psych profile right here. If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom.
He's not gonna accept that. It's time for you to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the that voice! Those words! What the frick is happening?! I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. But Professor Mees! His mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now, give me that evidence. Stop! No! Huh? No! Time to take out the trash. Permanently. No! This is getting a little out of hand! You think? How could you? Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps is this really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore? What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I wager. Well, aren't you the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. The perfect face to wear while he says this. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a Phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think it will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... It's empty, isn't it? Fudge! Did he just curse? No! God dang it! It was blown up! Oh my god. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. Ah! So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached the dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. Living on a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Where? What? It was found in boarding lounge number 1. Okay. So, this is what the moon rock looks like, I think. If that is the freaking Phantom, I will lose my mind. There was fragments of the bomb here. Well, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got him. Oh my gosh, I saw it ahead of the game. A space black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. That's the moon rock. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? This, Your Honor!
Take that!
There's still fragments of it left. Isn't it the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. We got you!
Take that!
We got him, we got him! Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the Hat 1. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments... See how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable. But that's impossible. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too. Fulbright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. Heck, yes! They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There is no use trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom!
Objection!
What? What? What was that? Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Oh no. Huh? Oh my god! He's gonna do it. Oh my god! He's... Why? It was a pretty good objection, too. Don't you think? How dare you wear my face? Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Judge! Don't this strike it any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be so sure they're the pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? What kind of BS are you spouting? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove that the moon rock, right?
Objection!
My dude, it looks exactly like the moon rock. Don't be absurd! Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Paulo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. Why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but... Several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. Yet I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from.
Well, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We can ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible.
And why not?
In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from the moon rock.
Oh! No!
There must be something.
There's really no way to prove it?
Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
No.
There must be something. Ah, there was... The stone was cut from a real moon rock. Oh my gosh, this piece of evidence had meaning after all.
Objection!
Objection indeed.
My protégés are staring at me like, why, boss?
There's something still out there.
So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh?
That's right. It was such a valuable rock too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence that put this trial... The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care.
We do?
We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual.
I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got.
Try me. Find a piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost. Is this?
Bring it on! But just about the only things my mother left me are rigid. And this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way.
Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence.
She did?
You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind.
No.
Oh, but we do. We're evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own.
Yeah. Whoa! You mean?
Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample. This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? All this time, it was right here all along.
Yes.
No. Ugh. It can't be. If the composition of the bombed fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results showed that the blood on the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
No!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust.
And I suppose you do.
I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past.
Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
corner them together, then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. How can I run away from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
No! I know it's hard for someone that's unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this? No. Ah! Ah! Oh my god! I'm afraid! I'm scared! Ah! I feel fear! You can't outrun yourself! Remove that mask and unleash your emotions! Confront your guilt head on! With your own true face! Do it. Remove the mask. My own true face? No, please don't! I know you're here! Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet! Honest! Do it. Do it! Ah! My own true face! I don't have one! My face! My face! My face! Oh my god. Holy crap. Is this my face? Is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No! This isn't me either. Ah! Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Ah! There was a freaking sniper after all. Oh my god. For my cousin, you ass! Oh my god. A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright, I mean, his imposter, doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He deserved to. Oh my gosh. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. Thanks you for staying this long, Opal Phoenix. Thank you very much. The analysis of that final piece of evidence right on us a minute is in. Composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. Heck yes! We can now be certain that it's a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4 and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh, it's over! That was intense. Now then, this court finds the defendant Athena Sykes
Not guilty! Woo! We did it!
is adjourned!
Oh my god. We're free!
Oh my gosh, that was amazing! That was one of the best trials in the series. No question. It was so good! The twist? That twist was awesome! December 20th, 9:12 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Wow, this trial took a long time.
Congratulations, Mr. Neck.
Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy! I'm so glad to see you!
Juicy! Are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. Aww.
That's so juicy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe.
Edgeworth!
Right, I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude.
I mean, there are ways to pay that gratitude.
Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you.
Oh, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about?
You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. Police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you?
Yeah, getting my license back was just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging trial.
Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the dark edge of the law to an end? Even his darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away.
You know, you could have just said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. Oh my gosh, you'll get wrinkles someday, Edgeworth.
So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it.
Oh, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Emphasis on the love.
Athena?
Blackwell.
I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Oh! Just barely, but I still made it. Oh. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Come on.
Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you.
What I miss? Everything, Navsy! What the... You missed everything. Good. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. Some things in this world are more important than your own life.
Like what?
Honor? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh?
That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through.
Well, looks like we can breathe easy now. Sorry, I was busy cosplaying as Edgy. I mean, I already finished the trilogy, so I know what happened. Yeah, but I mean, congratulations to you and the investigations reveal. I was just as happy as you were.
Apollo, Athena, thank you both. Took us all together to pull it off.
You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh?
It's definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around.
I'm almost done.
Sorry, it's dinner time and Dad came by. Anyway, I'm playing Investigations 2 with fan translations right now. I heard that they messed up the names. Not looking forward to playing the collection when it drops because of the fan names. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine. I'm ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Editing Agency.
Well, no one's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there's so many more people out there who need our help.
You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, if we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close.
Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with the bowl of piping hot noodles. Yes! Huh?
Nothing like a bowl of all those noodles after a trial all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Editing Agency, right, Mr. Wright?
I did it once. Huh?
As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
Heck yes. Huh? I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right?
I'll do. Get the broth boiling. We're on the way.
Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
There's only one thing to say. Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in.
Hey, no fair! I want to say it too!
Okay, here we go.
Objection! Heck yes!
Woohoo! We're free! For now! We still have the DLC case.
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around to get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. I think I should find him a few legal cases. Nah, that's okay. This is the Wright Editing Agency after all. Aww.
Favorite character after Edward is there?
Ooh, I'm curious. Nina and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers? Or maybe I should go as hot as the sun red peppers instead. Aww. So cute.
Oh my gosh, what a roller coaster. Oh, he's back! The end of the dark age of the law, you say?
Just how naive! Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Run! Ah!
Run into the sunset again! You never should have stopped. Aw, but I like the judge. I've been asked to debut of the great masked wrestler Temataro. He's scheduled to go up against the amazing Ninetales next, though. Oh, what to do. A fight to the finish with myself. Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lord to be the amazing Ninetales II? That's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it. So we are to meet as foes, are we, my little friend? Nah, screw him. That can't understand basic reasoning. I mean... Nah.
Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of Nightalesville now. Pretty impressive, eh? I took over Rex Kirby for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out?
Hey, you! What do you think you're doing? Sinking into the matter.
Ah! The jigsaw! Better make a run for it!
spot that lie. Judge is just like you. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law. So now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. You'll S-E-E. I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course.
You, Juniper, a dream will live on forever!
Aww. Amazing. Oh, I found really sweet boxes for all the 3 of them, but I won't wear them. Is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? Aww. But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper's future is as bright as can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood have to say in the new skill paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy. Aww! That's so cute! She led a team. Oh my gosh. The one-night-only reunion concert. I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can already hear it now. Me too. 3D Clavier was is better than the previous game. In like,
I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. This Mystic Maya due to come here once her training is over. It simply must be done.
Good for you. You should, Pearl.
It feels good.
Ha ha ha! Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die! In fact, planning for the HAT-3 rockets has already officially begun! Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos! What do you... Oh, director! Yes, yes! Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes! You just leave everything to me! Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos! Oh, you got demoted! Great! I mean... oh, nightmares.
I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Mattis came into the moon, I would love to share them around. But which is more interesting? Montes Borneus or the Merry Tranquilitis? They think they would like either one. Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to.
Aw, they miss their mom. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time! For me, for Clay! Thanks to my lawyers, I know I should never give up. But I'm worried you can't breathe in space, and in fact it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. I also want Aura to use me as well. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time.
I should do it. I volunteer.
Well, what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him. Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future.
Aww.
Has been people on the moon since the 70s. Good luck, Starbuck. He will. He shall be able to. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
Ah! Please forgive me!
And run, he goes. He caught him. Impressive. Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It seems solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. Now I write yet another debt of gratitude, but I will repay him one day. You can trust in that. I trust you, Sal. You finally finished running a lap of the whole world.
Yay! We did it!
Oh my gosh, can I skip the credit sequence? I really need to go eat.
Oh Oh well. We should let this play out, I guess. Well, while this plays out, I'm gonna disappear for like 3 seconds. Like, 1, 2, 3, I disappear. One, two, three, and I appear once again. Bye, Napsy. It was nice having you here for like 3 minutes. Holy crap! This game! It was... Bye, Napsy, see you. This game was so good! It was easy, but satisfying. Either way. Just... The cases were so good. The last one was amazing. That would be on par with the original trilogy, I believe. Ah, Clavier, it was great to see you once again. That was an interesting ending, although I missed like 83% of it. I gotta go into the VOD to see the 2 hours I missed. I think there was some important stuff in there. Yeah. You guys should rewatch the VOD. It will give more views to the VOD. And if... Also... Wingen is great at making clips. If you guys are interested in making clips of it as well, I will always welcome it. Spread the clips far and wide so I can actually get more people in here. It wasn't very busy this playthrough, but I love that you guys were here anyway for the most of it. I really appreciate it. I wonder why Neighbor didn't show up. Probably because she's playing the trilogy as well right now, but... Well... After the DLC case, I will take a break from this game. So, she will be back, probably. It was so great seeing Edgeworth again! Breaking the Psyche locks, too. Now I'm very curious what was behind Christoph Gavin's Psyche locks. Also, screw you, you killed my cousin. I will be there in like 1 minute. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had more fun watching you play these games than I've had playing any of these games myself, so you know, easy choice. Aww! It's nice when you experience a game together. Ah, beautiful. I can't point in front of me. Beautiful. Oh my gosh! The launch!
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
10, 9,
8,
7, 6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! There he goes! Happy New Year! The first time he touched grass in 7 years. Oh. Come on. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think!
Wow.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Woo! Mission success, baby!
Yeah!
All right.
Yay! Aw, he's so proud of them! Aww. Amazing. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache. Honesty as deceit.
But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. We did it! The end! Oh my gosh. We did it, folks! Continue on to the next game? No. We still need to play this special case. Thank you for the stream. Have a great dinner. Yeah, I will be very short. I need to leave immediately. So, yeah. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. And I will see you tomorrow for the start of the DLC case. So don't miss it.